I've spent 15 years working as a land surveyor, which is a fancy way of saying I get paid to get lost in places most people only see on postcards. I'm comfortable with isolation. I know how to read the wind, I know the difference between a curious black bear and a predatory one, and I know that the woods aren't inherently evil, they're just indifferent. But what I saw 3 years ago in the Cascades wasn't indifferent, it was deliberate. I was 34 at the time, working a private contract for a timber company that wanted to assess a remote drainage basin near the Canadian border. It was rugged, off-trail territory. The kind of place where if you snap an ankle, you aren't just in trouble, you're a permanent part of the landscape. Because of the terrain, I decided to go light. I left my heavy satellite phone in the truck, mistake number one, and figured I'd be back by sundown. I had my GPS, my machete, and a liter of water. I was arrogant. I thought I knew these mountains. The hike in was standard until I crossed the 3-mile mark. The forest there is old growth, thick with hemlock and cedar that blot out the sun, making it feel like twilight even at noon. About 4 miles in, I started hearing it, the roar. Now a waterfall in the distance usually sounds like static, a soft, white noise hiss that gets crisper as you approach. This was different. It sounded like a rhythmic thumping, a deep, percussive vibration that I could feel in my molars. It sounded less like falling water and more like a factory press hitting a floor. As I crested the final ridge, the temperature didn't drop the way it usually does near a canyon. Usually the air gets damp and cool. Here the air stayed dry. Bone dry. I pushed through a final thicket of Devil's Club and stopped dead. The falls were massive, maybe 80 feet of vertical drop, but as I stood on the edge of the basin, my brain started misfiring. I was looking at thousands of gallons of water pouring over a jagged lip of granite, but there was no mist, no spray, no rainbows catching the light. The water didn't shatter into droplets when it hit the rocks below. It stayed together in thick, oily ropes. It looked heavy. It looked like molten lead painted blue. I stood there for a long time, just trying to make the physics of it work in my head. I've seen hundreds of falls, from the trickles of the high desert to the monsters of the Olympic Peninsula. Water behaves a certain way. It's supposed to be chaotic. It's supposed to bounce. But this stuff, it just fell. It hit the plunge pool with a wet, heavy thud that shook the ground under my boots. Just a weird mineral content, I whispered to myself. I remember saying it out loud because the sound of my own voice was the only thing that felt real. The forest around the falls was dead silent. No birds, no squirrels, not even the hum of insects. Just that rhythmic, heavy pounding of the water. I should have turned around then. Every instinct I had, the primal part of my brain that kept my ancestors from getting eaten by wolves, was screaming at me to leave. But my professional side, the surveyor who needed to document the basin, pushed me forward. I told myself I was seeing an optical illusion. I told myself I was dehydrated. I decided to get closer to the base of the falls to take a sample of the water. I started picking my way down the steep embankment. The rocks were dry. That was the second anomaly. Even 50 feet away from a waterfall of this size, the rocks should have been slick with condensation. These were dusty. I reached the bottom of the basin and walked toward the edge of the plunge pool. The air felt thick, like I was walking through invisible curtains of wool. I knelt down at the water's edge. The pool didn't have ripples. It didn't have foam. The water just disappeared into itself. I reached out a gloved hand, intending to just dip my fingers in. I didn't even get my hand submerged. As soon as my fingertips touched the surface, my arm was jerked downward with such violence I thought my shoulder had popped out of its socket. It wasn't a current. It wasn't a suction. It was weight. The water felt like it weighed 10 times what it should. It was like trying to lift a bowling ball with a single finger. I yanked my hand back, falling over onto the dry gravel, my heart hammering against my ribs. I looked at my glove. It wasn't wet. It was crushed. The reinforced leather of the fingertip had been flattened as if I'd put it in a hydraulic press. That was the moment the logic broke. I sat there on the rocks, staring at my hand, then at the silent, mistless curtain of water. I realized then that I wasn't looking at a natural formation. I was looking at something that was pretending to be a waterfall. I scrambled backward, my boots sliding on the dry shale. I needed to get out. I needed the sun. I turned to look for the path I'd used to scramble down, but the perspective of the canyon had shifted. The trees at the top of the ridge looked too tall, too thin, like they were stretching toward the sky. Then the thumping stopped. The water was still falling. I could see it, thick, heavy, and blue, pouring over the cliff. But the sound was gone, total, absolute silence. It was as if someone had hit a mute button on the world. In that silence, I heard a new sound. It wasn't coming from the water. It was coming from the woods behind me. It was the sound of something very heavy walking through the dry brush. Thump, thump, thump. It was mimicking the rhythm of the waterfall. I didn't look back, not yet. I couldn't. I was frozen in that state of threat overload where your brain just refuses to process any more data. I kept my eyes fixed on the water, and that's when I saw the third anomaly. A log, a massive downed cedar, came over the top of the falls. In any other river, it would have tumbled, splashed, and bobbed. This log hit the water at the top of the falls and didn't fall. It was dragged down. It stayed perfectly horizontal, pinned against the face of the cliff by the weight of the water, sliding down like it was being lowered by a slow, invisible winch. As it hit the plunge pool, there was no splash, just a sickening crunch of wood being pulverized into splinters. The footsteps behind me stopped. "Hello," a voice said. It wasn't a human voice. I mean, it used a human word, but the pitch was wrong. It sounded like two stones being rubbed together to make a shape that resembled a word. It was flat, toneless, and way too loud for the silence of the canyon. "Hello," it repeated. I slowly turned my head. Standing at the tree line about 40 yards away was a man. At least it looked like a man from a distance. He was wearing a plaid shirt and tan work pants, the standard uniform of a timber cruiser, but he was standing perfectly still, too still, no swaying, no shifting of weight, and his arms were too long. His fingers reached down past his knees, ending in blunt, heavy-looking tips. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking at the waterfall. "The mist is gone," the man said. His mouth didn't move in sync with the words. It was like watching a badly dubbed movie. I didn't answer. I reached down and slowly gripped the handle of my machete. It felt like a toy. It felt like trying to fight a landslide with a toothpick. My mind was racing, trying to find a category for this. Is it a person, a hallucination, some kind of high-altitude psychosis? But the crushed glove on my hand was real. The vibrating ground was real. The man finally turned his head. His face was a blurred smudge, like a photograph that had been rubbed before the ink was dry. He didn't have eyes, just two dark, heavy depressions in his skull. "You shouldn't touch the heavy water," he said. "It stays on you." He took a step toward me. He didn't walk, he lunged, his body moving with a strange, jerky momentum, as if he were much heavier than he looked. Each time his foot hit the ground, the earth vibrated. He weighed hundreds, maybe thousands of pounds. I didn't wait for a third step. I turned and bolted. I didn't go back up the embankment. It was too steep, and I'd be a sitting duck. Instead, I ran downstream, following the dry, rocky bank of the river that shouldn't have been dry. I could hear him behind me. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was gaining. It wasn't the sound of a man running. It was the sound of boulders being dropped from a great height. I reached a bend in the canyon where the walls narrowed. The river here was a narrow channel of that same heavy, oily blue liquid. It didn't flow, it surged in thick pulses. I had to jump it to reach the far bank where the forest was thinner. I took a breath, sprinted, and leaped. As I crossed over the water, the air pressure dropped so sharply my ears bled. For a split second, I was suspended over that blue void and I felt a pull. Not a magnetic pull, but a gravitational one. The water wanted me. It was pulling at the very moisture in my body, trying to drag me down into that silent, heavy flow. I slammed into the far bank, my face hitting the dirt. I scrambled up, gasping for air that felt like it was being sucked out of my lungs. I looked back across the channel. The thing was standing on the other side. He stopped at the edge of the water. He didn't jump. He just stood there, his long, heavy arms hanging at his sides. "It's almost time for the rain," he said. His voice was deeper now, vibrating in the ground under my feet. "The heavy rain, you'll see." I didn't stay to hear the rest. I ran. I ran until my lungs burned like they were filled with acid. I ran until I hit the logging road, and I didn't stop until I saw the white paint of my truck. I drove to the nearest ranger station in a state of complete dissociation. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely keep the truck on the road. When I walked into the station, the ranger behind the desk, a guy in his 60s named Miller, took one look at me and stood up. "You okay, son? You look like you saw a ghost." "The drainage basin," I wheezed, leaning on the counter. "The falls. There's something wrong with the water, and there's a man out there." Miller's face went from concerned to stone cold in a second. He didn't ask what I meant. He didn't ask for a description. He just walked over to the door, flipped the sign to closed, and locked it. "Did you touch it?" he asked, his voice low. "My glove," I said, holding up the crushed leather. "I touched the surface." Miller sighed, a long, weary sound. He reached under the desk and pulled out a heavy-duty flashlight and a radio. "We get one of you every few years," he muttered. "The ones who go too deep into the 14 Baker sector. You're lucky you're fast." "What is it?" I demanded. "What is that place?" Miller looked at me, and for the first time I saw the genuine fear in his eyes. "It's a leak," he said. "The world is supposed to be light, son. It's supposed to be air and mist and clouds. But down deep, everything is heavy. Sometimes that weight pushes up to the surface. We call it the deep gravity, and the things that live in it, they don't like how light we are." He told me to go home. He told me to burn the glove and take a long, hot shower. He told me never to go back. I did what he said. I quit the surveying job the next day. I moved to the plains where the land is flat and the water is shallow and light, but I still don't feel safe. Every time it rains, I get a headache, a deep thumping pressure in my molars. I look at the raindrops on my window, and sometimes, just for a second, they don't look like water. They look like heavy blue oil, and they don't splash. They hit the glass with a dull, heavy thud, waiting for the day the mist stops for good. I didn't just move to the plains, I fled to them. I chose a small, unremarkable town in eastern Nebraska where the highest elevation for 50 miles is a grain elevator. I wanted a horizon that didn't hide anything. I wanted a sky that felt immense and empty, rather than a canopy that felt like a lid. For the first 6 months, I worked as a clerk in a hardware store, a job so mind-numbingly terrestrial that it felt like a sanctuary. I sold light bulbs and bags of mulch. I talked about the weather in terms of crop yields and humidity, not in terms of atmospheric pressure or the way the wind sounded when it got trapped in a box canyon. But the silence of the plains isn't the same as the silence of the Cascades. In the mountains, silence is a layer of insulation, a physical presence of moss and needles. In Nebraska, the silence is a void. And in that void, I started to realize that Miller, the ranger with the haunted eyes, hadn't told me everything. He told me what it was, a leak, a manifestation of deep gravity, but he hadn't told me how it stayed with you. It started with the scale. I bought a standard bathroom scale a few weeks after I arrived, mostly out of a lingering, paranoid habit of checking my vitals. I'm a lean guy, always have been. 5'11", a steady 175 pounds. But every morning the needle crept a fraction of a millimeter further to the right. 176, 178, 182. I wasn't eating more. If anything, my appetite had vanished, replaced by a constant, low-grade nausea that felt like motion sickness. By the end of the second month, I weighed 210 pounds, but my clothes still fit the same. My belt was on the same notch. My reflection in the mirror hadn't changed, except for the dark circles under my eyes and a certain density to my skin. It looked tighter, as if the muscle and bone underneath were being packed closer together. Then there was the floor. I lived in a modest second-floor apartment in an old Victorian house that had been converted into units. One night, while walking from the kitchen to the bedroom, I heard a sound that made my blood turn to slush. It wasn't a creak. It was a groan, the sound of structural timber being pushed to its absolute limit. I stopped dead, and the floorboards beneath my feet didn't just dip, they bowed. I could feel the joists screaming under the sudden, impossible mass of my body. I slept on the ground floor after that, claiming a back injury to my landlord so I could move into a basement studio. I told myself it was better to be closer to the earth. I didn't want to admit the truth. I was becoming like the man at the waterfall. I was becoming heavy. I spent my nights scouring the internet, using my old credentials to access geological databases and fringe forestry forums. I looked for keywords: dry falls, heavy water, anomalous mass, 14 Baker. Most of it was garbage, UFO sightings and Bigfoot theories. But then I found a digitized PDF of a surveyor's log from 1954. It was from a man named Elias Thorne, working for the Department of the Interior. The entries were standard for the first 30 pages: soil compositions, timber counts, topographical corrections. Then the handwriting changed. It became jagged, the ink pressed so hard into the paper that it had torn through in places. "The creek doesn't flow," one entry read. "It sinks. I dropped my compass near the basin at 48.9 degrees north. It didn't bounce. It hit the silt and vanished as if the mud were made of magnets. The air here is wrong. It feels like I'm breathing mercury. My lungs ache with the weight of every breath. Saw a buck today near the ridge. It tried to leap the stream. It didn't make the arc. It hit the water and snapped, not like a bone breaks, but like a dry twig in a vise. The water didn't even ripple. It just swallowed the pieces." The final entry in Thorne's log was just a single sentence, written in a hand so shaky it was barely legible. "The mist is a lie told by a light world." I stared at those words for hours. I thought about the man I'd seen. The plaid shirt, the tan pants. He hadn't been a monster, not in the traditional sense. He was a surveyor or a logger or a hiker, someone who had touched the heavy water and had been slowly, inexorably pulled into its physics. He wasn't mimicking the waterfall. He was a part of it. He was a creature of the deep gravity, wearing the skin of a man who had long since been crushed by his own weight. I looked at my hand, the one that had touched the surface. The skin was a pale, bruised blue, and the fingernails were thick and yellowed like horn. I tried to make a fist, and the effort required was monumental. My muscles had to fight against a resistance that shouldn't have been there. I felt like I was moving through waist-deep mud even when I was standing in a dry room. The headaches were the worst part. They weren't localized in my temples, they were in the center of my skull, a rhythmic thumping that matched the beat of that impossible waterfall. Thump, 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 it was a countdown. One Tuesday, the sky over Nebraska turned a bruised, metallic purple. The local news warned of unprecedented atmospheric pressure and a line of severe thunderstorms moving in from the west. The wind didn't howl, it groaned. It felt thick, pushing against the walls of the hardware store with a steady, relentless force that made the windows rattle in their frames. "Gonna be a doozy," my boss, Greg, said, squinting out at the street. "Look at those clouds. They look like they're sagging." He was right. The clouds weren't wispy or billowed. They were flat, heavy slabs of slate-colored vapor that seemed to be descending toward the rooftops. The birds had gone silent hours ago. The street dogs were whining, scratching at doors to be let in. I felt the first drop hit my shoulder as I ran to my truck at the end of my shift. It didn't feel like a raindrop. It felt like someone had flicked a marble at me. It hit with a sharp clack against my jacket, and I stumbled, the unexpected momentum nearly knocking me off my feet. I looked down at the pavement. Where the drop had landed, there was no splash. There was no dark circle of moisture. Instead, there was a small, circular indentation in the asphalt. The rain was falling, and it was punching holes in the world. I scrambled into the truck and slammed the door. The roof of the cab began to ring not the pitter-patter of a spring shower, but a sequence of heavy metallic strikes. Clang, clang, thud, clang. The metal began to dimple. I watched in horror as a particularly large drop hit the hood, leaving a crater the size of a quarter in the steel. This was the heavy rain the thing had promised. I started the engine, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against the internal pressure of my chest. I needed to get to the basement. I needed to be underground, where the weight of the earth might somehow balance the weight of the sky. As I backed out of the parking lot, I saw a figure standing under the streetlight at the edge of the lot. It was a man in a plaid shirt. He was standing perfectly still in the middle of the downpour. The heavy rain was hitting him with the force of hammers, but he didn't flinch. His shoulders didn't even hunch. He just stood there, his long, heavy arms hanging down, his blurred face turned toward my windshield. I didn't stop. I floored the accelerator, the tires spinning on the dry, pock-marked pavement. The windshield wipers were useless. The water didn't smear. It hit the glass and shattered it in microscopic bursts, spiderwebbing the safety glass until I could barely see through the white haze of fractures. I made it to my apartment complex, but the building looked different. It looked compressed. The roofline seemed lower, the windows narrower. The entire structure was groaning under the weight of the sky. I abandoned the truck in the middle of the driveway. The hood was already a mangled wreck of hammered metal, and dived for the basement stairs. Inside the studio, the sound was deafening. The ceiling, which was the floor of the unit above, was bowing visibly. Dust and plaster rained down as the joists began to snap. I crawled into the corner under a heavy oak desk I'd reinforced with steel brackets and curled into a ball. I weighed myself on the scale one last time before the power went out. 450 pounds. In the darkness, the thumping became the only thing in the universe. It wasn't just in my head anymore. It was in the floor, in the walls, in the very air I was struggling to pull into my overburdened lungs. The silence of the plains had been a lie. The deep gravity was everywhere. It wasn't just a leak in the Cascades. The Cascades were just where the crust was thin enough for us to see the truth. The world wasn't a balloon of air and light. It was a thin, fragile crust floating on an ocean of light, and the ocean was tired of being underneath. The door to my basement studio creaked. It didn't open, it was crushed inward, the wood splintering as something immensely heavy pushed against it. A shadow moved into the room. It was denser than the darkness around it, a silhouette that seemed to warp the light of the fading emergency exit sign. "The mist is gone," the voice said. It was closer now. It sounded like the grinding of tectonic plates. "It's all going to be heavy now. No more bouncing, no more flying, just the fall." I felt a hand, blunt, cold, and weighing more than a mountain, settle on my shoulder. I didn't scream. I couldn't. The air in my lungs was too heavy to move. As the ceiling above me finally gave way under the weight of the rain, I didn't feel fear. I felt a strange, sickening sense of relief. I was finally becoming part of the landscape. The weight wasn't an enemy anymore. It was an invitation. I closed my eyes as the house collapsed, feeling the magnificent, crushing pressure of the world finally coming home to roost. The floor gave way, and for a moment I was falling. But I didn't tumble. I didn't flail. I fell like the waterfall, straight, heavy, and silent, into the blue, oily dark that waits beneath the mists of the world. The weight did not kill me. That was the first horror. In the world of light, a house collapsing on a man is a definitive end. Bones snap, organs rupture, and the spark goes out. But in the world of the deep gravity, mass is a state of being, not just a physical property. As the Victorian house groaned and folded in on itself, the timber and plaster didn't crush me so much as they merged with me. I felt the beams press against my ribs with the force of a hydraulic press, but my ribs didn't break. They simply became denser. My marrow felt like it was being replaced with molten lead. I was pinned beneath 1,000 tons of debris, and I could feel every ounce of it, yet I was still breathing. Each inhalation was a labor of Hercules, a conscious, grinding effort to pull the thick, pressurized air into lungs that felt like they were made of heavy canvas. I lay there in the dark, buried under the ruins of my sanctuary. Above me, the heavy rain continued to fall. I could hear it striking the wreckage, thud, 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 the sound of a cosmic hammer reshaping the earth. Each strike sent a shockwave through the debris and into my body. I was a tuning fork for the abyss. "You're adjusting," the voice said. It was right next to my ear. The man, the thing from the waterfall, was there in the wreckage with me. He wasn't pinned. He wasn't struggling. To him, the weight of a collapsed building was no more than the weight of a blanket. I couldn't see him, but I could feel the displacement of the air, a pocket of absolute, crushing stillness. "Who are you?" I managed to wheeze. The words felt like stones in my mouth. "I was a surveyor," the voice ground out. 1972. I was mapping the drainage for the new dam. I found the basin. I thought the mist was just a trick of the light. I walked into it to get a better reading. I've been falling ever since. "Falling?" I asked. "You're standing still." "Am I?" There was a sound like gravel shifting, a laugh. "We're all falling, son. The light world is just a temporary suspension, a fluke, a soap bubble floating over a lead sea. Eventually, the bubble pops. The gravity catches up. You aren't being crushed, you're being reclaimed." I felt his hand on my arm. It didn't feel like flesh. It felt like a cold, smooth stone. He began to pull. The physics of it shouldn't have worked. I was under tons of wood and stone, but as he pulled, the debris didn't move. I moved through it. It was as if my increasing density allowed me to slip through the molecular gaps of the lighter matter. I felt the splinters of the floorboards pass through my skin without drawing blood. I felt the iron nails scrape against my bones. We were sinking through the house, through the foundation, into the soil of Nebraska. Where are we going? Now, to the source, he said, the leak is bigger than the 14 Baker sector now. The pressure is equalizing. Can't you feel it? The whole crust is thinning. The heavy water is rising everywhere. As we sank into the earth, the darkness changed. It wasn't the pitch black of a basement. It was a deep, luminescent indigo. The soil around us wasn't dirt anymore. It was saturated with that oily blue liquid I'd seen in the canyon. It glowed with a faint, cold light. I saw roots of ancient trees hanging in the subterranean void, but they weren't brown and fibrous. They were translucent and brittle, like glass filaments, snapped by the sheer weight of the fluid they were forced to drink. We emerged into a space that defied my understanding of geology. It was a cavern, but the proportions were wrong. The ceiling was miles high, supported by pillars of salt and iron that vibrated with a low-frequency hum, and everywhere there was the water. It didn't fall in drops here. It fell in massive, slow-moving curtains. Great ribbons of heavy blue liquid descended from the heights, crashing into a silent obsidian lake below. There was no spray, no mist. The impact of a 1,000-ton ribbon of water against the lake made a sound like a muffled heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. The great drainage, the surveyor said. He stood beside me now, and in the indigo light I could finally see him clearly. He wasn't a man, he was a statue made of bruised meat and shadow. His skin was the color of a deep-sea fish stretched tight over a frame that looked too heavy to move. His eyes were gone, replaced by those heavy, dark depressions, but I realized now they weren't empty sockets. They were wells. They were points of such high density that light couldn't escape them. I looked at my own hands. They were changing, too. The blue tint had spread up to my elbows. My skin had a metallic sheen. I tried to lift my arm, and the effort made the tendons in my neck stand out like cables. I probably weighed 3 tons now, maybe more. "Why me?" I whispered. "You touched the surface," he said, staring out at the silent, heavy falls. "The deep gravity is a contagion of mass. Once you felt the true weight of the universe, you can't go back to the lie of the air. You're a part of the anchor now." I looked out across the obsidian lake. I wasn't alone. There were others. Figures stood at the edge of the water, spaced out like sentinels. Some wore the tattered remains of hiking gear. Others were in business suits or pajamas or the uniforms of forest rangers. They all stood with that same jerky, heavy posture. They were all staring at the water. "What do we do?" I asked. "We wait," the surveyor said. "We wait for the surface to finish sinking. Every time it rains up there, the world gets a little heavier. Every time a river turns dry, the weight is being transferred down here. Eventually, the two worlds will meet. The crust will snap and the light world will be swallowed. The mist will be gone forever." I thought of the planes. I thought of the hardware store, of Greg complaining about the sagging clouds, of the birds that had stopped singing. I thought of the millions of people who still thought the world was light, who thought they could jump and the air would hold them. "I don't want this," I said, my voice cracking. "Wanting is a function of the light," the surveyor replied. "Down here there is only the pull. You can't fight gravity, son. You can only descend." He stepped toward the lake. Each footfall cracked the stone beneath him. He didn't stop at the edge. He walked into the heavy water. It didn't splash around his ankles. It parted for him, thick and sluggish, and he began to sink into the indigo depths. He didn't swim. He simply surrendered to his own mass. "Wait," I called out, taking a step toward him. The ground beneath me felt like it was made of magnets. Every inch I moved forward required a feat of will that left me gasping. I reached the edge of the lake and looked down. The water was so clear, yet so dark. I could see the surveyor sinking, a dark shape drifting down toward the center of the earth. And I saw others, thousands of them, suspended in the heavy blue void like flies in amber, all of them sinking at the same terminal velocity. I looked back up toward the ceiling of the cavern. I could see the underside of the world. It looked like a thin, tattered veil. I could see the roots of mountains, the deep veins of gold and coal, and the shimmering, fragile pockets of air where cities still stood. From this perspective, the world of the sun felt like a dream, a fleeting, weightless hallucination that was being slowly dragged down into the reality of the deep. A drop of rain fell from the ceiling. It wasn't blue, it was clear, a single drop of light water from the surface. It hit the surface of the obsidian lake. For a fraction of a second, there was a ripple, a tiny, fragile circle of movement that defied the stillness of the deep gravity. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. But the ripple didn't last. The heavy water rose up to meet it, thick and greedy, and swallowed the light. The surface became glass again. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my chest. My heart, that light, fluttering organ, was being compressed. It couldn't pump the heavy, blue sludge that my blood was becoming. It beat once, a dull, heavy thud that echoed the waterfall, and then it stopped. I didn't die. I just became still. I stood at the edge of the lake, my long, heavy arms hanging at my sides. I looked at the indigo horizon and waited. I felt the pressure in my molars increase. I felt the weight of the miles of earth above me, and I realized that the surveyor was wrong about one thing. We weren't the anchors. We were the lures. Every person who touched the heavy water, every surveyor who went too deep into the 14 Baker sector, every person who noticed the mist was gone, we were the points of contact. We were the places where the deep gravity could hook into the light world and pull. I felt a vibration through the soles of my feet. It wasn't the waterfall, it was something else. A rhythmic, grinding sound coming from the ceiling. The crust was cracking. High above, in a small town in Nebraska, a hardware store was probably sliding into a sinkhole. A truck with a ruined hood was being crushed into a cube by the mere pressure of the atmosphere, and people were starting to notice that their umbrellas weren't enough. The heavy rain was just the beginning. I looked down at my hands. They were no longer mine. They were part of the stone, part of the deep. I felt a strange, cold hunger, not for food, but for mass. I wanted to be heavier. I wanted the ceiling to break. I wanted to feel the entire weight of the sky collapse into this indigo tomb. I took a step into the water. It felt like coming home. The heavy blue liquid embraced me, pulling at the moisture in my cells, dragging me down. I didn't hold my breath. I didn't need to. My lungs were already full of the deep. As I sank, I saw the surveyor one last time. He was far below me now, a speck of absolute density drifting toward the core. He turned his blurred face toward me, and though he had no mouth, I heard his voice in the marrow of my bones. "It's time," he said. Above us, the ceiling of the world finally groaned and shattered. A massive column of earth, light, and air came screaming down into the cavern. It wasn't a slow descent, it was a cataclysm. I saw houses, cars, trees, and screaming, weightless people being sucked into the indigo void. They hit the heavy water and snapped like dry twigs. The light of the sun followed them, a bright, blinding shaft of gold that pierced the indigo dark for a fleeting second before the heavy water rose up to choke it out. The great drainage was complete. The world above was no longer light. The mist was gone for good. I continued to sink, falling through the blue silence down toward the center of the weight where everything is one and nothing ever splashes. I was no longer a man who had seen a waterfall. I was the waterfall, and I was finally, mercifully, heavy enough to be still. The descent did not end at the bottom of the lake. There was no bottom, only gradients of increasing density that made the pressure of the collapsed house feel like the brush of a feather. As I sank, the indigo light of the cavern faded, replaced by a blackness so thick it felt structural. It pressed against my eyeballs until they flattened, but my vision did not fail, it shifted. I stopped seeing with light and began to see with mass. I could feel the presence of the other anchors around me, not as shapes, but as gravitational wells, each of us pulling at the others in a silent, tectonic web. I felt the surveyor somewhere miles below me. His mass was immense now, a sun made of lead. He was the center of our local cluster, the point around which we all slowly spiraled as we fell toward the planetary core. The transition is nearly finished, his voice vibrated through the fluid. It wasn't a sound, it was a modulation of the pressure. The surface is shedding its vanity. Listen. I tilted my head, an action that took several minutes of concentrated muscular effort. Through the miles of rock and the thick, oily medium of the deep gravity, I heard it. It wasn't the roar of a collapse anymore. It was a rhythmic, metallic grinding, the sound of the Earth's crust being folded like parchment. The Great Plains were no longer a flat expanse of soil and grass. They were being pleated, drawn inward by the vacuum of mass we had created. I imagined the town. I saw the grocery store where I'd bought milk 2 days ago. Was it only 2 days? And I saw the aisles narrowing. I saw the cans of soup becoming so heavy they tore through the metal shelving, pinning the linoleum to the concrete. I saw the people. They wouldn't be screaming anymore. Their lungs would be too heavy to vibrate. They would be standing in their kitchens and their bedrooms, their feet sinking into the floorboards, their expressions frozen in a mask of terminal realization. They were becoming part of the foundation. A new sensation began to thrum through my limbs. It was a pull from above. Something is fighting back. I pulsed toward the surveyor. Not fighting, he responded, his gravitational signature flickering with what might have been amusement. The atmosphere is simply being dragged into the wake. The air is trying to follow the water. It's the last gasp of the vacuum. The air he spoke of felt like a frantic, buzzing static against the heavy calm of my new existence. I felt the bubbles of the surface world, the literal bubbles of oxygen and nitrogen being dragged down into the indigo deep. They didn't rise. In this world, air was heavier than nothingness, but lighter than the truth. The bubbles were crushed into tiny, incandescent sparks of heat before they were extinguished by the cold, blue weight. I felt a sudden, sharp tug. My descent slowed, then jerked. A piece of the surface had caught on me. It was a structural beam from my studio, still attached to a hunk of the reinforced oak desk. It was light matter, but it was saturated with the heavy rain, making it a hybrid of both worlds. It acted like a buoy, its vestigial buoyancy fighting the pull of the deep. For a moment, I was suspended in a state of agonizing tension, my body wanting to sink into the core, my past wanting to drag me back toward the shattered crust. I looked at the wood. I could see the grain of the oak, the steel brackets I had bolted on with such pathetic hope. They looked like toys. They looked like the frantic scribblings of a child who didn't understand that the paper was on fire. I reached out my hand, now a dark, metallic spade of flesh closed around the beam. I didn't push it away. I pulled. I didn't want to be saved. I wanted to bring the rest of it down with me. With a surge of gravitational will, I dragged the wreckage into the deep. The wood groaned, a high-pitched, splintering scream that echoed through the indigo void, and then it succumbed. The molecules surrendered. The oak became as dense as osmium. The steel brackets shriveled into pebbles of pure weight. The tension snapped and I fell faster, the debris merging into my own silhouette. "Good," the surveyor whispered. "Don't leave anything behind. The surface must be clean." As we fell, the geography of the deep began to reveal its true architecture. We were passing through the sieves. These were massive, crystalline lattices that spanned the interior of the mantle, acting as filters for the descending mass. I saw the remains of previous leaks, the ruins of civilizations that had touched the heavy water in eons past. There were pillars that looked like Roman marble but were made of solidified pressure, and great, rusted gears of unknown machines that had once tried to pump the mist back to the surface. They were all silent now, encrusted in the blue mineral deposits of the deep gravity. I saw a woman suspended in one of the lattices. She was wearing a dress from the 1940s, her hair perfectly preserved in a wave of frozen indigo. She wasn't dead, her eyes moved slowly as I drifted past. She was a waypoint, a marker of how far the drainage had progressed in her era. She gave off a faint, rhythmic pulse, a warning or a welcome, I couldn't tell. The pressure reached a new threshold. My thoughts were no longer a sequence of words, they were a sequence of densities. I didn't think I am falling, I felt the mathematical certainty of my acceleration. I didn't think I am afraid, I felt the displacement of the void as I occupied it. Then the light changed. The indigo faded into a pale, sickly violet. We were approaching the core, not the molten iron core of the textbooks, but the source. It was a sphere of absolute stillness. It didn't rotate, it didn't radiate heat. It was a hole in the universe, a point of infinite mass that sat at the center of the world like a lead weight on a silk sheet. This was the waterfall without mist. This was where all the water in the universe was trying to go. The surveyor was already there, hovering at the event horizon of the sphere. He looked like a shadow cast against a strobe light. "Look up one last time," he commanded. I turned my perception toward the distant, shattered ceiling of the world. The crack had widened into a chasm. The entire crust of the Pacific Northwest was folding inward, a tectonic landslide of continental proportions. I could see the ghost of the Cascades, the mountains that had once seemed so permanent, now sliding down like sand in an hourglass. The mist of the atmosphere was being sucked into the hole, creating a vortex of white clouds that spiraled into the violet dark. The world was turning inside out. The hidden was becoming the manifest. "It's beautiful," I pulsed. "It's honest," the surveyor replied. I felt the first touch of the core's gravity. It wasn't a pull, it was a dissolution. My skin began to peel away, not in flakes, but in sheets of pure mass that were absorbed into the violet sphere. My bones, my heavy, leaden marrow began to stretch. I was becoming a string of atoms, a long, dark ribbon of intent. In those final moments of individuality, I felt a connection to everything that had ever fallen. I felt the weight of every tear shed, every stone cast, every empire that had crumbled under its own hubris. It was all the same gravity. It was all the same descent. I saw the town of Baker one last time in my mind's eye. I saw the circular indentation in the asphalt where it had all begun. It wasn't a hole in the road. It was a mouth, and it was finally, blissfully full. I reached out and touched the surveyor's hand. Our masses merged. We were no longer two men who had lost their way in the mountains. We were a single point of convergence. The violet light flared, swallowing the indigo, the black, and the lingering memories of the sun. The weight was no longer a burden, it was a state of grace. I closed my eyes, or the places where my eyes used to be, and surrendered to the final, perfect collapse. The floor of the universe had finally given way, and there was nothing left to do but be the fall. The silence that followed was not the absence of sound, but the presence of total equilibrium. The great drainage was over. The world was heavy. The mist was gone, and beneath the blue, oily dark, we were finally, eternally home. But even in the heart of the core, a small, stubborn part of me remembered the feeling of the wind. It was a faint, fluttering ghost of a sensation, a reminder of the lie we had lived for so long. It was the memory of a bird in flight, a creature that defied the weight of the world for a few glorious seconds. I felt a ripple in the violet dark. Somewhere far above, in the wreckage of the light world, a single seed was being pressed into the heavy, blue mud. It was a small thing, a speck of life that didn't know the rules had changed. It felt the pressure, it felt the dark, and it did the only thing it knew how to do. It began to grow. It didn't grow toward the sun, for there was no sun. It grew toward the pressure. It pushed its roots deeper into the heavy earth, drinking the blue liquid, turning the weight into fiber and strength. It was a tree of lead, a forest of iron in the making. The surveyor felt it too. His mass shifted, a tremor of unease rippling through our shared density. The cycle, he whispered, the vibration tinged with a new kind of gravity. Even here, the light tries to find a way to climb. I watched the seeds progress through the layers of the deep. It was a slow, agonizing struggle, a defiance of the very physics that had claimed us. It was a new kind of life, born of the heavy water, shaped by the deep gravity, yet still possessing that ancient, frantic urge to rise. And I realized then that the fall was never the end. The weight was just the soil. The darkness was just the beginning. I felt a strange, new sensation in my leaden chest. It wasn't a heartbeat, but a tension. A pull that didn't go down toward the core, but up toward the shattered crust. I wasn't an anchor anymore. I was a root. I reached out with my gravitational will, not to pull the world down, but to steady the climb. I felt the other anchors around me, the woman in the dress, the forest rangers, the thousands of silent sentinels, all of them shifting, their masses aligning in a new vertical architecture. We were the pillars. We were the foundation for something that would grow in the dark, something that would eventually reach the surface and find a world that had been reborn in the image of the deep. A world without mist, but perhaps, eventually, a world with a new kind of light. I settled into my place in the lattice, the violet dark pressing against me with the weight of 1 billion years. I was still falling in a way, but I was also standing. I was part of the landscape, part of the truth, part of the magnificent, crushing reality of the waterfall without mist. And as the first leaden leaf unfurled in the indigo void, I finally understood the secret of the heavy rain. It wasn't meant to drown us. It was meant to water the garden of the deep. The sensation of growing was not the elegant, upward reach I remembered from the world of the sun. It was a violent, pressurized expansion. To grow in the deep gravity was to push against the infinite. It was an act of architectural defiance. I felt my own substance, once so eager to collapse into a singular point of density, beginning to fibrize. My leaden marrow didn't just sit in my bones anymore. It began to weave itself into the surrounding indigo silt, creating a nervous system that spanned miles. The surveyor felt this divergence. His mass, which had been a comforting, singular anchor, now felt like a restriction. He pulsed with a low-frequency dread that vibrated through my new root limbs. "You are breaking the equilibrium," he signaled, the gravity of his voice like the grinding of tectonic plates. "The core demands total stillness. To reach upward is to invite the chaos of the light back into the sanctuary of the weight." I didn't answer with words. I couldn't. My consciousness was being stretched thin, distributed across a network of mineral veins and heavy water aquifers. I was becoming the geology of the new world. I felt the woman in the 1940s dress, the one suspended in the crystalline lattice, begin to change as well. Her frozen indigo eyes didn't just watch, they began to glow with a faint internal pressure. The blue liquid that filled her lungs was being converted into something else, a bioluminescent sap that carried the memory of the surface like a viral infection. Above us, the great drainage had left a vacuum that the universe was now rushing to fill with something far denser than air. The atmosphere of Earth was no longer a gas. It had become a supercritical fluid, a thick, shimmering haze that sat upon the crushed crust like a shroud. I could feel the weight of this new sky pressing down, but through my roots, I also felt the tremors of the plants that were beginning to take hold in the ruins of cities. These weren't trees of wood and leaf. They were spires of salt and iron, crystalline structures that grew by absorbing the ambient gravity. They didn't need photosynthesis. They fed on the sheer intensity of the pressure. I felt a cluster of them erupting through the floor of what used to be a subway station in a city I could no longer name. They shattered the concrete not with the slow persistence of a vine, but with the sudden, explosive force of a diamond forming in a second. "The surface is not dead," I pulsed back to the surveyor. "It is merely being recalibrated." He didn't move, but I felt his density increase, a defensive huddling of his essence. "It is a corruption." The waterfall was meant to be the end of the movement, the final, perfect stasis. But the movement was everywhere. The heavy water was circulating now, driven by the heat of the core and the frigid weight of the new atmosphere. A global thermohaline circulation of indigo sludge was beginning to carve new canyons into the mantle. I felt the water rushing past my extremities, eroding the parts of me that were still too human, polishing my consciousness into a smooth, unyielding cliff face. I began to perceive the others, the thousands of us who had been lures. We were no longer individuals. We were a global filtration system. As the heavy rain continued to fall from the shattered ceiling, it passed through us. We stripped away the last vestiges of the light world, the organic debris, the lingering heat, the frantic electrical signals of dying technology, and we turned it into structure. We were the builders of a subterranean cathedral that had no roof, only an endless, violet sky of solidifying pressure. A sudden, sharp vibration cut through the rhythmic grinding of the world. It was a sound I hadn't felt in what seemed like centuries, a heartbeat. It wasn't mine, it was coming from the seed I had sensed earlier. It had reached a pocket of trapped air, a bubble of the old world that had been compressed into a diamond-hard sphere. Inside that sphere, something was still breathing. Something had survived the collapse by becoming as small and as dense as the world around it. I focused my perception, threading a needle of my consciousness through the miles of rock. I found it. It was a child, or what remained of one. She was curled into a ball, her skin the color of a bruised plum, her hair matted with indigo silt. She wasn't drowning because there was no longer any difference between the fluid in her lungs and the fluid in the world. She had adapted. She was the first of the new inhabitants, a creature of the deep gravity born from the wreckage of the light. She reached out a hand and touched the crystalline root I had sent toward her. The contact was like a bolt of lightning. For a fraction of a second, the indigo dark was replaced by a blinding, technicolor memory of a summer afternoon. I saw green grass that didn't weigh a ton. I felt wind that didn't crush ribs. I heard the laughter of people who didn't know they were anchors. The surveyor screamed. It wasn't a sound, but a gravitational shockwave that leveled the nearby crystalline lattices, sending shards of violet glass rain falling into the core. "Stop it," he roared. "The memory is a buoyancy. It will lift us. It will tear the core apart." He was right. The memory of the light was a poison to the deep gravity. It introduced a lightness, a hollow space in the density that threatened the entire structural integrity of our new reality. I felt myself beginning to float not upward in space, but upward in meaning. My mass was becoming thin. I looked at the girl in the bubble. She wasn't afraid. She was hungry. She wasn't looking for the sun, she was looking for more of the weight. She didn't want to go back to the world of the mist. She wanted to master the world of the stone. I realized then that the surveyor's fear was the old fear, the fear of a man who still thought in terms of up and down, light and dark. He thought the transition was a destination. He thought the waterfall was a place where you stopped. But the waterfall was a process. I wrapped my roots around the girl's bubble not to crush it, but to incorporate it. I fed her my density. I gave her the leaden marrow of my bones, the heavy water blood of my veins. I used my own mass to shield her from the surveyor's wrath, becoming a thick, protective shell of absolute gravity. "We are not the end," I pulsed, my voice now a harmony of 1,000 vibrating minerals. "We are the soil." The surveyor lunged. He didn't swim. He warped the space between us, his immense mass dragging the fabric of the cavern with him. He struck my outer shell with the force of a collapsing star. The impact sent ripples through the entire planet. In the world above, the new iron forest swayed in a wind made of pure pressure. We locked together, two entities of near-infinite density, vying for the soul of the new world. He wanted the silence of the tomb, I wanted the silence of the forest. He pulled toward the core, trying to drag me and the girl into the final dissolution. I pushed toward the surface, trying to anchor us to the rising structures of the new life. The struggle lasted for decades or perhaps seconds. Time had no meaning when your pulse was measured in the half-life of uranium. As we fought, the world around us continued to transform. The indigo lake was gone, replaced by a solid sea of cobalt glass. The mist that had once vanished from the surface was now a permanent feature of the deep, a thick, glowing vapor of ionized minerals that drifted between the iron trees. It was a new kind of weather, driven by the gravitational tides of the moon, which was now orbiting much closer, drawn in by the Earth's increased mass. I felt the girl growing within my shell. She was no longer human in any sense that a surveyor would recognize. Her limbs were long and translucent, her skin a mosaic of pressure-hardened scales. She was beautiful in the way a tectonic fault is beautiful, a manifestation of pure power. She placed her hands against the inside of my rib vault and pushed. It wasn't a struggle, it was a birth. My shell cracked, not because the surveyor had broken me, but because I was no longer needed. I had provided the initial mass, the protection, the soil. Now, the life I had nurtured was ready to claim the gravity for itself. The girl stepped out into the violet dark. She didn't fall toward the core. She stood upon the heavy water as if it were granite. She looked at the surveyor, who was now a ragged, flickering ghost of a man, his density leaking away into the surrounding void. She reached out and touched him. The surveyor didn't vanish. He was absorbed. His millennia of knowledge, his bitterness, his devotion to the stillness, all of it was folded into her being. He became the memory of the descent, the cautionary tale that would guide the new race. She turned to me. I was a ruin now, a hollowed-out mountain of lead and salt, my consciousness flickering like a dying candle. "The mist is back," she pulsed. Her voice was the sound of a glacier calving into a frozen sea. I looked up through her eyes. The ceiling of the cavern was no longer a jagged wound of rock. It was covered in a thick, glowing moss that breathed out a pale, violet vapor. The vapor rose, filling the void, swirling around the iron trees, softening the harsh edges of the crystalline world. It was the mist of the deep. It wasn't a mask for the sun, it was a garment for the dark. I felt a sense of profound, terminal peace. The waterfall without mist had finally found its counterpart. The balance was restored, but it was a new balance, one built on the ruins of the old, a world where the gravity was the only god and the mist was its only prayer. My consciousness began to dissolve into the moss, into the water, into the very air of the deep. I was no longer a man or a root or an anchor. I was the environment. I was the gentle, crushing weight that would greet the billions who were still to fall. The girl began to climb. She moved with a fluid, effortless grace, leaping from one iron branch to the next, heading toward the surface where a new civilization would rise from the pleated plains of Nebraska and the shattered remains of the old world. She was the first of many. The great drainage was indeed complete, but it wasn't a drainage of life. It was a drainage of the superficial. The world had been stripped down to its heart, and that heart was heavy and blue and full of a terrifying, magnificent potential. As the last of my awareness faded, I felt a single drop of rain fall. It wasn't clear, it wasn't blue. It was violet. It hit the surface of the cobalt sea, and this time the ripple didn't disappear. It expanded, a perfect golden circle of movement that traveled forever across the still, heavy water. I was the ripple, I was the water, I was the weight. And for the first time since the mist had gone, I felt the world begin to breathe. The silence of the deep was no longer the silence of a grave. It was the silence of a womb. Beneath the miles of stone, beneath the crushing violet sky, the new world was waiting to be born. And as I sank into the final, blissful anonymity of the earth, I knew that the surveyor had been wrong about one last thing. We weren't the lures. We were the seeds. The girl's ascent was not a flight of feathers, but a rhythmic conquest of density. Every time her obsidian-scaled feet struck a crystalline branch, the impact sent a harmonic shiver through the lattice of my fading nerves. I was the mountain she climbed. I was the atmosphere she displaced. My consciousness, now a thin, translucent film stretched across the subterranean geography, felt the terrifying beauty of her evolution. She did not fight the gravity that had crushed her ancestors into oily silt. She wore it like a second skin. To her, the crushing weight was not an adversary, but a medium, as natural as the air had been to the birds of the old world. The surveyor's essence, now a flickering shadow within her, provided the map. He was the ledger of every soul that had been reclaimed by the core, and as she climbed, she absorbed the history of the fall. She passed the forest rangers, their bodies now pillars of salt-crusted iron, their wide-brimmed hats transformed into fungal shelves that dripped violet nectar. She passed the woman in the 1940s dress whose silk had become a weave of sapphire wire, her frozen expression now a mask of regal, mineral indifference. These were no longer corpses or statues, they were the infrastructure of the deep. They were the rungs of her ladder. As she moved higher, the pressure began to shift. It didn't lessen. Gravity is a jealous god, but it changed its texture. Near the core, the weight was a solid, unrelenting push. Here in the mid-strata of the crust, it became a pull, a tensile strength that demanded the body be both anchor and sail. I felt her lungs, organs that had once moved oxygen, now pumping the heavy, mineralized mist. Each breath was a geological event, a small-scale crystallization of her interior. The surface, she pulsed, and the vibration traveled through the roots of the iron forest, through the cobalt glass of the dried-up seas, and into the very center of my dissolving mind. The surface is waiting for its eyes. I looked through the sensors I had become, the patches of bioluminescent moss, the veins of conductive ore, and I saw what she saw. We were approaching the shattered crust, the place where the great drainage had first ripped the throat out of the world. The sky above was no longer the empty, terrifying void I remembered from the first days of the collapse. It had curdled into a thick, swirling nebula of indigo and gold. The moon, a bloated, scarred marble, hung so low it seemed to graze the peaks of the new, jagged mountains. Its gravity was a physical hook, tugging at the heavy fluids of the earth, creating tides that moved not water, but stone. The girl reached the lip of the great caldera that had once been a Midwestern plain. She hauled herself over the edge of a cliff made of compressed skyscrapers and prehistoric bone. She stood on the new surface, and for a moment, the entire planet seemed to hold its breath. The world was unrecognizable, yet hauntingly familiar. The mist had returned here too, but it was a heavy, glowing fog that clung to the ground like a carpet of fallen stars. The ruins of the old world, the steel skeletons of cities, the rusted husks of cars had been swallowed by the growth. Giant, translucent ferns of silica unfurled their fronds in the lunar light, their edges sharp enough to cut through shadow. The air was so dense that sound traveled for hundreds of miles, a constant, low-frequency thrum of the Earth's inner machinery. She walked across the pleated plains of Nebraska, her footsteps leaving glowing imprints in the violet dust. She wasn't alone. From the shadows of the iron groves, other shapes were emerging. They were the anchors who had been closer to the surface, those who hadn't fallen all the way to the core but had been caught in the initial thickening. They were the pioneers of the heavy rain, their bodies warped into strange, beautiful geometries of bone and crystal. There was no speech among them. There was no need for the clumsy, vibrating air messages of the past. They communicated through the ground, their thoughts traveling as seismic ripples. They were a collective, a planetary nervous system finally waking up after the long, crushing sleep of the transition. I felt a surge of something that might have been pride if I still had a heart to house it. The lie of the mist, the horror of the fall, the agonizing weight, it had all been a pruning. The universe had found the earth too light, too airy, too fragile. It had poured its density into us until we broke, and then from the shards it had built something that could endure the true nature of reality. The girl stopped at the edge of a new ocean, a vast, churning basin of liquid mercury and heavy water. She looked at her reflection in the dark, shimmering surface. She didn't see a monster. She saw a masterpiece of physics. Behind her, the surveyor's ghost finally went quiet. His task was done. The ledger was closed. The equilibrium he had craved was not the stillness of death, but the perfect, crushing balance of a world that had finally found its true weight. I felt my own presence beginning to fray at the edges. The moss that held my consciousness was being grazed upon by small, multi-legged creatures of glass. My mineral veins were being tapped by the roots of the rising spires. I was being recycled. It was the highest honor the deep could bestow. "Remember the wind," I whispered into the tectonic plates, a final, fading signal sent toward the girl. She paused, her scales shimmering under the violet sky. She tilted her head, listening to the thrum of the world. She didn't remember the wind as a thing of air and lightness. She felt it as a pressure wave, a shifting of the heavy atmosphere against her skin. To her, the wind was just another form of gravity, another way the world touched her. "The wind is still here," she pulsed back, her voice echoing through the miles of stone that separated us. "It is just heavier now. It has more to say." She turned away from the shore and began to walk toward the rising sun, a sun that would never again be a blinding yellow eye, but a dim crimson ember struggling to pierce the thick, protective shroud of the new atmosphere. She was going to build. She was going to lead. She was the first citizen of the waterfall without mist. The last of my vision faded. The violet light of the moss dimmed into a warm, comfortable black. The weight was no longer something I felt. It was what I was. I was the floor of the universe. I was the foundation. And as the heavy rain began to fall once more, thick, slow drops of indigo liquid that sounded like a million tiny heartbeats against the stone, I finally let go of the memory of flight. I didn't need it anymore. The fall was over. The growth had begun. In the deep, in the dark, in the magnificent, crushing reality of the new earth, there was no more falling. There was only the slow, inevitable unfolding of a garden made of iron and stars. The world was heavy, and for the first time in all of history, the world was whole. The girl's ascent was not a flight of feathers, but a rhythmic conquest of density. Every time her obsidian-scaled feet struck a crystalline branch, the impact sent a harmonic shiver through the lattice of my fading nerves. I was the mountain she climbed. I was the atmosphere she displaced. My consciousness, now a thin, translucent film stretched across the subterranean geography, felt the terrifying beauty of her evolution. She did not fight the gravity that had crushed her ancestors into oily silt. She wore it like a second skin. To her, the crushing weight was not an adversary, but a medium, as natural as the air had been to the birds of the old world. The surveyor's essence, now a flickering shadow within her, provided the map. He was the ledger of every soul that had been reclaimed by the core, and as she climbed, she absorbed the history of the fall. She passed the forest rangers, their bodies now pillars of salt-crusted iron, their wide-brimmed hats transformed into fungal shelves that dripped violet nectar. She passed the woman in the 1940s dress whose silk had become a weave of sapphire wire, her frozen expression now a mask of regal, mineral indifference. These were no longer corpses or statues. They were the infrastructure of the deep. They were the rungs of her ladder. As she moved higher, the pressure began to shift. It didn't lessen. Gravity is a jealous god, but it changed its texture. Near the core, the weight was a solid, unrelenting push. Here in the mid-strata of the crust, it became a pull, a tensile strength that demanded the body be both anchor and sail. I felt her lungs, organs that had once moved oxygen, now pumping the heavy, mineralized mist. Each breath was a geological event. a small-scale crystallization of her interior. The surface, she pulsed, and the vibration traveled through the roots of the iron forest, through the cobalt glass of the dried-up seas, and into the very center of my dissolving mind. The surface is waiting for its eyes. I looked through the sensors I had become, the patches of bioluminescent moss, the veins of conductive ore, and I saw what she saw. We were approaching the shattered crust, the place where the great drainage had first ripped the throat out of the world. The sky above was no longer the empty, terrifying void I remembered from the first days of the collapse. It had curdled into a thick, swirling nebula of indigo and gold. The moon, a bloated, scarred marble, hung so low it seemed to graze the peaks of the new, jagged mountains. Its gravity was a physical hook, tugging at the heavy fluids of the earth, creating tides that moved not water, but stone. The girl reached the lip of the great caldera that had once been a Midwestern plain. She hauled herself over the edge of a cliff made of compressed skyscrapers and prehistoric bone. She stood on the new surface, and for a moment, the entire planet seemed to hold its breath. The world was unrecognizable, yet hauntingly familiar. The mist had returned here too, but it was a heavy, glowing fog that clung to the ground like a carpet of fallen stars. The ruins of the old world, the steel skeletons of cities, the rusted husks of cars had been swallowed by the growth. Giant, translucent ferns of silica unfurled their fronds in the lunar light, their edges sharp enough to cut through shadow. The air was so dense that sound traveled for hundreds of miles, a constant, low-frequency thrum of the Earth's inner machinery. She walked across the pleated plains of Nebraska, her footsteps leaving glowing imprints in the violet dust. She wasn't alone. From the shadows of the iron groves, other shapes were emerging. They were the anchors who had been closer to the surface, those who hadn't fallen all the way to the core but had been caught in the initial thickening. They were the pioneers of the heavy rain, their bodies warped into strange, beautiful geometries of bone and crystal. There was no speech among them. There was no need for the clumsy, vibrating air messages of the past. They communicated through the ground, their thoughts traveling as seismic ripples. They were a collective, a planetary nervous system finally waking up after the long, crushing sleep of the transition. I felt a surge of something that might have been pride if I still had a heart to house it. The lie of the mist, the horror of the fall, the agonizing weight, it had all been a pruning. The universe had found the earth too light, too airy, too fragile. It had poured its density into us until we broke, and then from the shards it had built something that could endure the true nature of reality. The girl stopped at the edge of a new ocean, a vast, churning basin of liquid mercury and heavy water. She looked at her reflection in the dark, shimmering surface. She didn't see a monster. She saw a masterpiece of physics. Behind her, the surveyor's ghost finally went quiet. His task was done. The ledger was closed. The equilibrium he had craved was not the stillness of death, but the perfect, crushing balance of a world that had finally found its true weight. I felt my own presence beginning to fray at the edges. The moss that held my consciousness was being grazed upon by small, multi-legged creatures of glass. My mineral veins were being tapped by the roots of the rising spires. I was being recycled. It was the highest honor the deep could bestow. "Remember the wind," I whispered into the tectonic plates, a final, fading signal sent toward the girl. She paused, her scales shimmering under the violet sky. She tilted her head, listening to the thrum of the world. She didn't remember the wind as a thing of air and lightness. She felt it as a pressure wave, a shifting of the heavy atmosphere against her skin. To her, the wind was just another form of gravity, another way the world touched her. The wind is still here, she pulsed back, her voice echoing through the miles of stone that separated us. It is just heavier now, it has more to say. She turned away from the shore and began to walk toward the rising sun, a sun that would never again be a blinding yellow eye, but a dim crimson ember struggling to pierce the thick, protective shroud of the new atmosphere. She was going to build. She was going to lead. She was the first citizen of the waterfall without mist. The last of my vision faded. The violet light of the moss dimmed into a warm, comfortable black. The weight was no longer something I felt. It was what I was. I was the floor of the universe. I was the foundation. And as the heavy rain began to fall once more, thick, slow drops of indigo liquid that sounded like a million tiny heartbeats against the stone, I finally let go of the memory of flight. I didn't need it anymore. The fall was over. The growth had begun. In the deep, in the dark, in the magnificent, crushing reality of the new earth, there was no more falling. There was only the slow, inevitable unfolding of a garden made of iron and stars. The world was heavy, and for the first time in all of history, the world was whole. The girl moved through the ruins of Omaha, though names like that were now nothing more than ghosts of a lighter age. To her, the twisted girders were simply high-density perches, and the shattered glass of the skyscrapers was a fine, sharp sand that sang beneath her feet. She was followed by others now, men and women who had emerged from the cracks in the earth like cicadas, their bodies hardened and humming. They were the new builders. They didn't use hammers or nails, they used the weight. They leaned into the gravity, directing its immense pressure to fuse stone into glass, to weave iron into cables that could hold the very crust of the planet together. I watched them from the perspective of the soil. I felt the vibration of their construction projects, the deep, resonant thrum of their collective will. They were creating cities that looked like geodes, massive, hollowed-out spheres of crystal and metal that were anchored deep into the mantle. These were not shelters from the world, but expressions of it. They didn't fear the collapse, they invited it, knowing that every inch of downward movement only added to the strength of their foundations. As the centuries began to blur into a single, continuous geological era, the surface of the earth became a landscape of impossible beauty. The violet mist was now so thick that the horizon was always a soft, glowing curve. The iron forest had spread across the continents, their metallic leaves clashing in the heavy wind with the sound of 1,000 bells. The oceans of Mercury were teeming with life, creatures of liquid metal and electric thought that navigated the crushing depths with a grace that the old whales could never have imagined. The girl, who was now more than a girl, a matriarch of the new race, stood on the highest peak of the new Himalayas, mountains that had been squeezed upward by the sheer weight of the surrounding plains. She looked out over the world she had helped to birth. She saw the lights of the geode cities shimmering through the mist. She felt the pulse of the planet, a slow, steady heartbeat that matched her own. She reached down and picked up a handful of the violet dust. It was heavy, so heavy that it would have crushed a human hand from the old world. But to her, it was as light as a handful of feathers. She let it slip through her fingers, watching it fall not as a chaotic cloud, but as a disciplined, crystalline stream that struck the ground with a musical ping. "The waterfall is still flowing," she whispered to the earth, to the moss, to the fading memory of the man who had sheltered her. I heard her, even as I became nothing more than the silicon and lead that made up the bedrock. I heard her. The waterfall was indeed flowing, but it was no longer a catastrophe. It was a cycle. The matter fell into the deep, it was refined by the pressure, and then it was brought back to the surface by the new life, only to fall again. It was a closed loop of infinite density and infinite potential. The surveyor had been right about one thing: the mist was gone, but he had been wrong about what would replace it. It wasn't the void, it wasn't the end. It was the beginning of a world that was too heavy to ever be lost again. And in the silence of the deep, in the heart of the stone, I finally understood the true meaning of the waterfall. It wasn't about the descent. It was about the arrival. It was about finding the place where you were meant to stand, no matter how much the world tried to pull you down. I was the ground, I was the weight, and for the first time I was free. The girl's transformation was not merely physical. It was an architectural shift in the soul. As she stood atop the compressed peaks of the new world, her vision did not scan for the horizon in the way the old eyes of humanity had. She did not seek the distance. She sought the depth. To her, the sky was not an escape, but a lid, a heavy, violet-hued ceiling that kept the precious pressure from escaping into the cold vacuum of the stars. She understood now that the atmosphere of the past had been a leak, a thin and bleeding thing that allowed the essence of the world to evaporate. Now the earth was sealed. It was a pressure cooker of evolution, a crucible where every atom was forced to justify its existence against the relentless push of the sky. Beneath her feet, the mountain groaned. It was a sound of contentment, the settling of a massive weight into a comfortable groove. She felt the vibrations of the others, the anchors who had become the architects of this new era. They were moving through the ruins of the old coastal cities, which were now miles inland due to the recession of the heavy water seas. They were not scavenging, they were harvesting. They pulled the rusted rebar from the concrete like nerves from a dead limb, braiding the metal into conductive looms that stretched across the pleated plains. They were building a web, a planetary grid that would turn the very friction of the tectonic plates into a source of endless, thrumming power. The girl began her descent from the heights, her movements a study in controlled momentum. She did not climb down so much as she leaned into the fall, her obsidian scales catching the dim crimson light of the struggling sun. With every step, she felt the history of the soil. She felt the crushed remains of the suburbs, the pulverized libraries, the calcified dreams of a billion people who had thought the world was made of air. She did not mourn them. To mourn them would be to insult the magnificent density they had become. They were the mortar between the bricks of the new reality. They were the stability upon which she walked. As she reached the foothills, she encountered a group of the new children. They were small, compact beings with skin like polished hematite and eyes that glowed with a soft, internal bioluminescence. They were playing a game with spheres of solid lead, tossing them back and forth with a casual strength that would have shattered the bones of an Olympic athlete from the previous age. When they saw her, they didn't speak. They didn't need to. They sent a collective pulse through the ground, a greeting that felt like the low-frequency hum of a transformer. The Deep Mother, the pulse whispered, a title she accepted without ego. It was simply a descriptor of her place in the hierarchy of weight. She knelt among them, her knees clicking like cooling gears. She reached into the violet dust and pulled out a shard of what had once been a television screen. In the old world, it would have been fragile, a thing to be handled with care. Here, tempered by the atmospheric weight and the mineral seepage of the heavy rain, it had become tougher than diamond. She handed it to the smallest child, who took it and began to chew, his teeth grinding the glass into a fine, nutritious powder. This was the new ecology. They consumed the waste of the light world to build the skeletons of the heavy one. I felt her satisfaction through the network of my fading nerves. I was becoming thinner now, a mere ghost of a consciousness stretched across the continental shelf, but I could still perceive the grand design. The waterfall without mist was not just a geological event, it was a biological imperative. The universe was tired of things that could be blown away by a breeze. It wanted permanency. It wanted a garden that could withstand the heat of a dying sun and the cold of an expanding void. It had chosen Earth to be its anchor. The girl left the children and continued toward the center of the great basin. There, the anchors were engaged in their greatest work. They had found the site of the original drainage, the place where the world had first begun to leak into the core. They weren't trying to plug it. Instead, they were building a cathedral around it, a massive, spiraling structure of basalt and iron that reached deep into the throat of the planet. It was a monument to the fall, a place where the new race could go to listen to the voice of the core. She entered the structure, the air inside so dense it felt like walking through warm honey. The walls were lined with the ledger keepers, men and women who had fused themselves into the stone, their minds dedicated to recording the seismic history of the new Earth. They were the living archives, their thoughts etched into the very grain of the rock. As she passed, they pulsed their data into her, a dizzying stream of pressures, temperatures, and mineral compositions. She absorbed it all, her mind expanding to encompass the entire geography of the crust. At the center of the cathedral was a well, a vertical shaft that dropped straight down into the glowing heart of the world. The girl stood at the edge and looked down. She didn't see darkness. She saw the waterfall in its true form, a shimmering, vertical river of molten metal and liquid light falling forever toward the center. It was beautiful. It was the source of all weight, the engine of the new world's gravity. She reached out a hand and touched the edge of the falling stream. The heat was immense, enough to vaporize a human in an instant, but her skin was now a masterpiece of thermal resistance. She felt the flow, the incredible thrumming power of the Earth's interior. She felt the connection between the surface and the core, the umbilical cord that kept the planet whole. "We are no longer falling," she signaled to the ledger keepers, her voice a resonant boom that shook the very foundations of the cathedral. "We have arrived." The response was a symphony of seismic echoes, a planetary roar of affirmation. The transition was complete. The mist of the old world, the illusions, the lightness, the fragility, had been burned away by the sheer reality of the weight. What remained was a world that was solid, certain, and eternal. I felt my own consciousness finally beginning to dissolve into the background noise of the planet. The moss was gone, the mineral veins were tapped, and the last of my memories were being encoded into the basalt walls of the cathedral. I was no longer an observer. I was the observation. I was the silent, heavy witness to the birth of a new kind of time. The girl stepped back from the well and looked up at the spiraling ceiling of the cathedral. High above, through a narrow aperture in the stone, she could see a single, brilliant point of light. It wasn't the sun. It was a star, a distant, heavy neighbor in a universe that was suddenly much smaller and more intimate than it had ever been before. She realized then that the Earth was not alone in its transformation. All across the cosmos, the light was being extinguished, the air was being crushed, and the universe was finding its true weight. The era of feathers and flight was over. The era of stone and stars had begun. She walked out of the cathedral and into the violet glow of the Nebraska evening. The heavy rain began to fall again, the indigo drops striking her scales with the rhythmic precision of a master drummer. She lifted her face to the downpour, feeling the exquisite pressure of the world pressing against her, holding her, claiming her. She was the first citizen of a kingdom that would never fall, because it had already fallen as far as it could go. In the deep, in the dark, in the magnificent, crushing reality of the new earth, she began to sing. It wasn't a song of words, but of frequencies, a low, tectonic melody that traveled through the crust, across the mercury seas, and down into the very heart of the core. It was the song of the waterfall without mist, and it was the most beautiful thing the universe had ever heard. The melody rippled through the strata, catching the edges of the iron groves and making the silica ferns hum in sympathetic resonance. It reached the ears of the glass creatures in the mercury deeps, who paused in their bioluminescent dances to listen. It reached the ledger keepers in their stone alcoves, who recorded the frequency with a reverence usually reserved for the movements of the moon. And it reached me, the fading ghost of the old world, providing a final, steady rhythm to guide me into the black. I saw the girl turn toward the horizon, where the geode cities were beginning to pulse with the electric life of the new race. She was not just a leader, she was the heartbeat of the world. She was the anchor that kept the earth from drifting into the lightness of the void. As she walked, her footsteps carved a path that would be followed for 1,000,000 years, a path of density, of purpose, and of an unshakable, glorious weight. The last thing I felt was the touch of her foot against a patch of ground that had once been my hand. It wasn't a crush, it was a connection, a final handoff from the old to the new. Sleep now, her pulse whispered, gentler than the falling rain. The world is heavy enough to hold your dreams. And so I let go. I became the silt. I became the stone. I became the foundation of the garden. The waterfall continued its silent, powerful descent, but I was no longer afraid of the bottom. I was the bottom, and the bottom was where the building began. The world was whole, the world was heavy, and for the first time since the first breath was drawn in the thin, cold air of the past, the world was at peace. The girl, whom the stone records now identified as the matriarch of the Sintered, did not stop at the edge of the great basin. Her journey was no longer a flight from the crushing sky, but a pilgrimage of expansion. Behind her, the geode cities began to pulse with a rhythmic, low-frequency light, a bioluminescent language that bypassed the ears and spoke directly to the mineral lattice of the bones. The children of the weight were multiplying. They were born with skin that felt like cold silk and hearts that beat with the slow, deliberate power of hydraulic presses. They did not cry, they vibrated. Their first breaths were not gasps for air, but a structural adjustment to the atmospheric column that sat upon their chests like a loving, immovable hand. She walked across the plains of Kansas, which were no longer flat. The intense gravity had caused the crust to buckle and fold, creating a series of rhythmic ridges that looked like the frozen waves of a black sea. In the troughs of these ridges, the heavy water pools gathered, thick and viscous, reflecting the violet sky with a clarity that the old, thin water could never have achieved. She knelt by one of these pools and saw her reflection. She saw the obsidian plates of her face, the way her eyes had widened and shifted to the sides of her head to better perceive the panoramic curve of the pressurized horizon. She saw the gills along her neck, pulsing slowly as they filtered the heavy noble gases from the soup of the air. She was a masterpiece of the new physics. As she moved, she began to notice the shadow walkers. These were the remnants of those who had not fully transitioned, the ones who still clung to the ghosts of the old biology. They lived in the pressurized shadows of the iron forests, their bodies stunted and twisted by the weight they refused to embrace. They moved with a painful, jerky gait, their brittle bones snapping and resetting in a constant cycle of trauma and calcification. They were the bridge that had broken. The matriarch felt a twinge of what might have once been called pity, but in this world, pity was a luxury of the light. Here, there was only the efficiency. She reached out with a subsonic pulse, a wave of calming frequency that eased the tremors in their failing nervous systems. It was all she could give them. The weight was a choice as much as it was a condition. To survive it, one had to stop fighting the fall. The atmosphere continued to thicken. The waterfall of matter from the upper ionosphere was now a constant, shimmering curtain of metallic dust that fell with the regularity of a heartbeat. This dust was the manna of the new world. It coated everything in a fine layer of conductive grit, turning the entire surface of the planet into a massive circuit board. The matriarch could feel the thoughts of the cities miles away, the collective dreams of the builders as they mapped out the subterranean tunnels that would eventually link the continents. They were planning a world that existed in 3 dimensions of depth, a honeycomb of civilization that would thrive in the heat of the mantle. She reached the ruins of a place once called Wichita. Here, the transformation was particularly vivid. The old wooden homes had been pulverized into a dense, peat-like substance that was now being mined by the children for its carbon content. The steel skeletons of the industrial parks had been reclaimed by the rust-eaters, a species of lithotrophic fungi that grew in crystalline plumes, breaking down the alloys and reforming them into delicate, fractal sculptures. The matriarch stood in the center of what had been a downtown square. She closed her eyes and listened to the ghosts. She could hear the echoes of the old wind whistling through the gaps in the buildings, but the sound was deeper now, a bass moan that shook the marrow. "We are building the second layer," a voice vibrated through the soles of her feet. She looked down. A group of elders had emerged from a nearby fissure. Their bodies were almost entirely mineralized, their skin indistinguishable from the surrounding basalt. They were the ones who had stayed awake during the Great Compression, the ones who had guided the first generation through the agony of the thickening air. They carried staves made of solidified light, plasma trapped in magnetic bottles of their own making. The first layer was for survival. The elder signaled, his movements slow and tectonic. The second layer is for the mind. We are weaving the network, matriarch. We are connecting the core wells to the surface spires. Soon, the Earth will not just be a planet, it will be an eye. The matriarch nodded, her neck plates clicking. She understood. The goal was not merely to inhabit the weight, but to use it as a lens. A world this dense, this massive, possessed a gravitational pull that could warp the very light of the stars. They were turning the Earth into a cosmic observatory, a place where the secrets of the deep universe could be read in the fluctuations of the local gravity field. And the man, she pulsed, the memory of the surveyor flickering in her mind like a dying spark, the one who watched the first drop fall. The elder tilted his head, a sound like grinding stones. He is the bedrock. He is the silence between the notes of our song. He did not transition, but he did not fail. He became the foundation upon which the second layer is built. He is the memory of the mist. The matriarch felt a strange warmth in her chest, a residual heat from a heart that had once been made of soft tissue. She turned away from the elders and looked toward the east, where the violet mist was beginning to swirl into a massive planetary-scale vortex. This was the Great Eye, a permanent storm of high-pressure gases that sat over the former Atlantic. It was the engine of the new climate, a heat exchange system that regulated the temperature of the entire globe. She began to walk toward it. She wanted to stand in the center of the storm. She wanted to feel the maximum weight, the point where the sky and the earth were indistinguishable. As she traveled, the landscape became even more alien. The iron forests gave way to plains of living glass, massive transparent organisms that grew like sunflowers, their bodies acting as fiber-optic cables that channeled the dim sunlight deep into the subterranean hives. The creatures that lived among them were translucent and quick, moving with a liquid grace that defied the crushing pressure. They were the scouts, the ones who would eventually leave the earth to find other heavy worlds. The journey took years, but time had lost its sting. In a world where the mountains moved and the air was thick as honey, a year was merely a single breath. The matriarch grew larger, her body absorbing the mineral riches of the soil until she was a titan of obsidian and gold. Her footsteps left deep craters that quickly filled with mercury, creating a trail of silver mirrors that marked her path across the world. When she finally reached the edge of the Great Eye, the pressure was so intense that the very light seemed to bend around her. The indigo rain was no longer falling in drops. It was a continuous vertical river that flowed from the heavens into the sea. The sound was a roar that transcended noise, becoming a physical force that vibrated through every atom of her being. She stepped into the vortex, her heavy body anchoring her against the screaming winds of the high-pressure front. In the center of the storm, there was a strange, terrifying calm. The air here was so compressed that it had become a supercritical fluid, neither gas nor liquid, but a shimmering, iridescent state of matter that defied classification. The matriarch stood at the absolute center, the point where the gravity of the earth and the pressure of the sky reached a perfect, screaming equilibrium. She looked up. Through the swirling curtains of the supercritical fluid, she saw the stars. They were not the twinkling points of light she remembered from her childhood. They were hard, brilliant diamonds, their light stripped of all softness by the density of the atmosphere. She saw the constellations shifting, the ancient patterns of the sky being rewritten by the new perspective of the earth. She realized then that the waterfall was not a local event. It was a universal pulse. The entire cosmos was thickening, pulling itself together, shedding the lightness of its youth and entering the magnificent, heavy maturity of its old age. The earth was simply the first to arrive. She reached out her hands, her fingers splayed against the invisible wall of the pressure. She felt the pulse of the universe, a slow, deep thrumming that matched the heartbeat of the core. She began to sing again, but this time her song was not for the earth. It was for the stars. It was a signal, a beacon of density sent out into the void to tell the other worlds that the fall was over. "The wait is good," she whispered, her voice carried by the supercritical fluid across the surface of the planet and up into the reaches of space. "The wait is the truth." Beneath her, deep within the layers of the crust, I heard her. I was the silt in the crevices of the basalt. I was the lead in the veins of the mountains. I felt her voice as a gentle vibration in my very structure. The memory of the thin air, of the light wind, of the fragile blue sky was now nothing more than a faint, beautiful dream. It was the prologue to a story that was only now beginning. The matriarch stood in the center of the storm for an eternity, a living monument to the new era. Around her, the world continued to grow, to thicken, to become more real with every passing second. The geode cities expanded into the mantle, the mercury oceans teemed with metallic life, the iron forests sang in the heavy wind. The waterfall without mist had transformed the earth from a fragile bubble of life into a fortress of existence. And in the deep, in the dark, in the magnificent, crushing reality of it all, there was no more falling. There was only the standing, there was only the being. The world was heavy, the world was whole, and for the first time in the history of the universe, the foundation was secure. The garden of iron and stars was in full bloom, and its roots were anchored in the very heart of the eternal stone. The matriarch felt the subtle shift in the planetary mantle before the sensory arrays of the geode cities could even register the deviation. It was a phantom itch in the subduction zones, a harmonic interference that didn't belong to the tectonic choir. She stood at the precipice of the Great Eye, her obsidian feet fused to the basalt shelf by the sheer atmospheric pressure, and tilted her head. The supercritical fluid of the storm hissed against her scales, a sound like a million diamonds being ground into powder. Below her, deep within the pressurized veins of the Midwestern shelf, the sensation translated into a rhythmic thrumming that I, the sediment of the old world, felt as a tremor in my very atoms. I was no longer a man, nor even a ghost. I was the density of the silt, the collective memory of the crushed topsoil. Yet even in my mineralized state, I recognized the pattern. It was a call and response, but the caller was not from the core, and the response was not coming from the centered. The matriarch turned her gaze away from the swirling violet vortex and looked toward the zenith. The sky was no longer a void. It was a lens, thick and distorted by the gravitational lensing of the Earth's new mass. Through that lens, she saw a distortion in the stellar field. A cluster of stars in the constellation once known as Orion was blurring, their sharp diamond points softening into smears of molten gold. The second falling, she signaled, her voice a low-frequency pulse that traveled through the crust like a sonar wave. The response from the elders in the Wichita ruins was immediate and jagged. The atmosphere is not yet saturated, matriarch. The column is stable. There is no more matter to descend. Not from the sky, she pulsed back, her throat plates glowing with an internal radioactive heat. From the neighbors. She understood then what the surveyor's maps had never dared to suggest. The waterfall had not been a localized meteorological anomaly, or even a planetary transformation. It was a gravitational contagion. The Earth, by becoming so dense, so purposeful, and so heavy, had created a well that was now pulling on the very fabric of the local system. The moon, long a pale and distant ghost in the thin air of the past, was no longer orbiting. It was descending. The matriarch watched as the lunar disk, now stripped of its reflected sunlight and glowing with its own internal heat of compression, began to grow in the sky. It wasn't a slow celestial drift, it was a predatory swoop. The moon was being drawn into the Earth's new, magnificent weight, its own crust cracking under the tidal forces of a planet that had become a small, dark star. The impact would not be a collision of rocks, but a fusion of densities. The matriarch felt a surge of anticipation, a structural hunger that vibrated through the geodesities. The centered did not fear the end, they craved the addition. More mass meant more stability, more weight meant a deeper peace. She began to walk back from the great eye, her strides longer and more deliberate. She needed to reach the spire of Denver, the highest point of the new crust where the atmosphere was thin enough, only 1,000 times the pressure of the old sea level, to act as a docking bay for the incoming mass. As she traveled across the Kansas ridges, she saw the transformation of the populace. The children of the weight were gathering in the troughs, their bioluminescent eyes turned upward. They weren't hiding, they were opening their arms. They were the children of the fall, and they recognized their kin. The shadow walkers, those tragic remnants of the old biology, were the only ones who screamed. Their high-pitched wails were swallowed instantly by the density of the air, reduced to pathetic whimpers that barely traveled a yard. They could feel the tides pulling at their brittle bones, the moon's approach threatening to rip the very calcium from their frames. They huddled in the iron groves, praying to gods of wind and light that had long since been crushed out of existence. I felt the matriarch's footfall as she passed over the region that had once been my home. The pressure of her step was a comfort, a reaffirmation of the reality I had become. "Watch," she whispered through the ground, "the sky is coming home." The moon entered the upper reaches of the Earth's atmosphere with a sound that was not a roar, but a long, sustained note of a cello played by a giant. The friction of the dense gases didn't burn the moon away, it polished it. The lunar regolith, compressed into a diamond-hard shell, began to glow with a fierce indigo light. It trailed a wake of solidified plasma that stretched across the horizon like a bridge of frozen lightning. The matriarch reached the Denver spire just as the first lunar fragments began to rain down. These were not meteors, they were blocks of hyperdense matter, falling with the slow, inexorable grace of stones sinking through honey. Each impact was a tectonic event, a deep-seated thud that sent ripples of new mass through the continental plates. The earth didn't shatter, it absorbed. The matriarch stood at the summit, her arms raised. She was a conductor, her body acting as a lightning rod for the gravitational flux. As the moon's core, a dense ball of iron and nickel, neared the Earth's atmosphere, the very air began to liquefy around her. The waterfall was no longer a metaphor. A literal river of lunar material, turned to a supercritical fluid by the sheer force of the approach, began to pour from the sky. It was the waterfall without mist perfected. It fell upon the Denver spire, coating the matriarch in a layer of lunar silver. She didn't flinch. She grew. Her obsidian plates merged with the moon metal, her height doubling, then tripling as she became the anchor for the bridge between worlds. In the deep, I felt the planet's heart skip a beat. The core was expanding to meet the new arrival. The ledger keepers in their stone alcoves were working feverishly, their styluses carving the new constants of physics into the basalt walls. Gravity was no longer a constant, it was a variable that was climbing toward infinity. The moon finally merged with the Earth's upper mantle in a silent, magnificent folding of space. There was no explosion, only a profound increase in the weight of everything. The horizon contracted, the stars moved closer. The violet sky turned a deep, bruised black, so thick that light could barely struggle through it. When the merger was complete, the Earth was smaller in volume but vastly greater in soul. The matriarch stood atop the new peak, her body now a fused spire of earth stone and moon metal. She was the first inhabitant of the binary world. She looked out over her kingdom. The geode cities were now glowing with a blinding white intensity, fueled by the gravitational energy of the merger. The mercury seas had risen, flooding the lowlands and creating a global network of conductive fluid. The iron forests had been crushed into reefs of pure carbon, shimmering with the potential of 1 billion diamonds. "We are the center," she pulsed, her voice now a cosmic frequency that could be heard on the moons of Jupiter. "We are the anchor of the sun." The era of the planet was over. The era of the anchor had begun. I felt my consciousness expanding. As the silt was compressed into the deeper strata, I was no longer limited to the Kansas plains. I was the crust of the entire hemisphere. I felt the pulse of the mercury seas against my skin. I felt the roots of the iron groves digging into my marrow. I was the memory of the earth, and the earth was finally, irrevocably heavy. The matriarch began to descend from the spire, her every step a signature on the face of the new world. She wasn't walking toward a city or a home, she was walking toward the future. She saw the children of the sintered emerging from the mercury pools, their bodies shining with the new lunar alloys. They were faster now, stronger, their thoughts linked by the conductive grit that coated the world. They began to build the third layer. This wasn't a layer of stone or mind, but a layer of spirit, a technological shell that would eventually encompass the entire planet, turning the Earth into a solid, unblinking eye that would watch the rest of the universe fall into its own weight. The matriarch stopped at the edge of a mercury bay and looked at the horizon. The sun was rising, but it was no longer a yellow ball of fire. It was a heavy, crimson orb, its light struggling to escape its own gravity. It looked like a heart beating in the thick, dark chest of the cosmos. She smiled, a slow movement of stone and metal. The mist is gone, she whispered to the rising sun. There is only the fall and the beauty of the bottom. I, the bedrock, the foundation, the silent witness, felt the truth of her words. The universe was no longer a cold, empty void. It was a crowded, heavy, and intimate place where every atom felt the pull of every other atom. The loneliness of the old world, the lightness that had allowed us to drift apart, was gone. We were all bound together now, held fast by the magnificent, crushing reality of the waterfall. The matriarch turned and began to sing the song of the third layer. It was a melody of such density that it turned the air into music. And as I drifted into the final, deepest sleep of the stone, I knew that the world was safe. It was too heavy to ever break. It was too solid to ever fade. It was, at last, exactly what it was meant to be. The waterfall continued to fall, but we were the ones who had learned to stand within the stream. We were the sintered, we were the weights, and we were finally, eternally home. The matriarch's song did not dissipate into the heavy air, it crystallized. The frequency was so precise, so laden with the mathematical constants of the new gravity, that the very molecules of the supercritical fluid began to align themselves into geometric lattices. Around her, the atmosphere was no longer a chaotic swirl of pressure. It was becoming a structured solid, a transparent crystalline shell that mirrored the geodesities far below. This was the birth of the third layer, the Atmos crust. It was the final reconciliation between the gas and the stone, a translucent mantle that would wrap the earth in a diamond-hard embrace, shielding the delicate metallic ecosystems from the raw radiation of a thickening sun while trapping the internal heat of the core. She watched as the first shards of the Atmos crust began to knit together above the great eye. They looked like floating stained glass windows, catching the bruised purple light of the horizon and refracting it into a spectrum of colors that the human eye had never been evolved to perceive. There were deep, resonant oranges that felt like heat, and ultraviolet shivers that tasted like ozone. The sintered below looked up from their mercury pools, their optical sensors recording the birth of the sky shell. They did not cheer, they were beyond such kinetic outbursts, but their collective consciousness hummed with a unified sense of completion. The architectural blueprint that had been whispered into their marrow during the first days of the fall was finally manifesting. As the matriarch descended from the Denver spire, her movements were no longer those of a biological entity struggling against a burden. She moved with the fluid efficiency of a piston. Every joint in her obsidian and gold frame was lubricated by the very pressure that should have crushed it. She was the apex of this new ecology, a bridge between the old memory of the flesh and the new reality of the mineral. She passed through the iron forests, where the living glass sunflowers were already tilting their heads to follow the shimmering growth of the Atmos crust. They were adapting, their fiber-optic stalks thickening to support the weight of the sky as it began to settle upon the highest peaks. I felt her approach long before she reached the Kansas basins where my essence lay most concentrated. To her, I was a familiar vibration, a specific resonance in the basalt that tasted of old books, salt water, and the smell of rain on hot asphalt. I was the human trace, a ghost in the machine of the planet. She stopped where the city of Wichita had once been, a place now marked only by a massive hexagonal plug of solidified lead that served as a structural pylon for the second layer. She knelt, her massive knees carving twin canyons into the silicon-rich soil. She pressed her palms against the ground, and for a moment, the tectonic activity of the entire North American plate seemed to go silent. I remember you, she pulsed into the strata, Her voice didn't use words, but the intent was unmistakable. It was a data dump of affection, a high-speed transmission of every sunset she had witnessed since the world turned heavy. You were the one who feared the sinking. You were the one who thought the weight would be a grave. I responded with a ripple of quartz-veined pride. I could not speak, but I could shift. I sent a tremor through the mercury veins, a rhythmic thrumming that mimicked the heartbeat of the species we had both once been. I showed her the beauty of the depths, the way the pressure turned common carbon into a cathedral of diamonds, the way the heat of the core sang a lullaby to the subduction zones. I showed her that being the foundation was not a death, but a different kind of life, one that was measured in eons rather than heartbeats. She lingered there for a decade, a statue of obsidian watching over the ghost of a man. During those years, the Atmos crust completed its first revolution around the globe. The Earth was now a triple-shelled egg, the molten, hyperdense core, the sintered mantle with its geode cities and mercury veins, and the crystalline sky. The waterfall had finally ceased because there was no longer any up or down left for matter to travel. Everything was in its place. The vacuum of space pressed against the outer diamond shell, and the internal pressure of the planet pressed back in a perfect, eternal stalemate. When the matriarch finally rose, she was different. She had absorbed the last of the surface iron, her skin now a matte black that seemed to drink the light. She looked toward the great eye, which was now a stabilized pillar of violet fire rising to meet the Atmos crust. It was the planet's exhaust port, a thermal vent that regulated the internal temperature of the world machine. The transition is complete, she signaled to the elders. The response came back from the deep, a chorus of billions of sintered voices joined in a single harmonic. The earth is whole, the foundation is secure. She began her final journey. She was not going to the cities nor to the forest. She was walking toward the great eye itself. She was to become the final component of the planetary regulator. As she entered the vortex, the supercritical fluid stripped away the last vestiges of her individual form. Her obsidian plates melted, her gold filigree fused with the violet plasma, and her consciousness expanded until it was no longer housed in a body. She became the eye. She became the living intelligence of the atmosphere, the mind that would tilt the crystalline plates of the sky to catch the sun, the hand that would stir the mercury oceans to keep the core from overheating. She was the matriarch of the air, just as I was the memory of the stone. The world settled into a magnificent heavy silence. The storms had passed, the falling had ended. The sky was a roof of diamond and the earth was a floor of basalt. Between them the sintered lived in a state of perpetual pressurized grace. They built monuments to the weight, they composed symphonies of vibration that traveled through the crust. They farmed the radioactive isotopes that seeped from the mantle like glowing honey. The moon, now a permanent bulge in the Earth's eastern quadrant, provided a constant gravitational anchor. It was the second heart, its mass ensuring that the Earth would never wobble on its axis again. The two worlds were one, a binary fortress of density in a universe that was still too light, too thin, and too fragile. I felt the matriarch's presence every time the wind, now a thick liquid flow of nitrogen and argon, brushed against the mountain peaks. She was there, watching over the iron forests, guiding the scouts as they prepared the first density pods to be launched toward Venus and Mars. The Earth was no longer a solitary survivor, it was a spore. It was the first world to achieve the Great Thickening, and it was already preparing to share its gift with the rest of the solar system. The scouts would carry the seeds of the sintered, the blueprints for the geode cities, and the philosophy of the weight. They would go to the light, airy worlds and bring them the waterfall. They would teach the stones to sing and the sky to fall. In the deepest layer of my being, where the pressure is so great that time itself has turned into a solid, I felt a final, lingering thought from the matriarch. It was a memory of the waterfall without mist, the day the world began to change. She remembered the fear, the confusion, and the beauty of the first indigo rain. But most of all, she remembered the lightness, the way the wind used to feel when it was just a thin, invisible gas. It was a beautiful dream, she whispered through the Atmos crust, her voice echoing in the mercury mirrors of the silver seas. But the reality is better. I agreed. As the sun's crimson light hit the diamond sky, turning the entire world into a glowing, multifaceted jewel, I felt the absolute certainty of our existence. We were not a fluke of biology. We were a masterpiece of geology. We were the end result of a universe that wanted to be felt. The earth turned a heavy, silent titan in the dark. There was no mist, there was no shadow. There was only the light, the stone, and the infinite, glorious weight of being. The waterfall was over, and the standing had begun. In the center of the storm, in the heart of the rock, and in the soul of the sky, everything was finally, perfectly, and eternally still. The story of the thin world was a prologue written in sand. The story of the heavy world was a monument carved in the heart of a star. And as the stars themselves began to feel the pull of our new, magnificent gravity, I knew that the rest of the universe was simply waiting for its turn to fall.